today we're building this. Whoa. Oh shoot, my little VTuber, my little PNG tuber, I should say. Okay, there, have my face on now. Yeah, so MMC reached out to me. I've worked with them in the past, but today we're gonna be building the Class65 V3. Whoa. I'm excited to build this one. Yeah, V3. Let me just post on social media. Switches and plate? I don't know yet. We're about to find out. Let me see. Yo, what's up, Oxy? Okay, yeah, building the Class65 V3. The interest check is out. As for the release date, I didn't see if there was a date, but the IC is out, so if you guys are interested, would recommend filling it out. I don't know what color I got. The only thing it says is group by, estimated in late April. Not sure how accurate that is, but either way, if you're interested, I would probably just join the Discord to get like more up-to-date info about that. Yeah. Okay, so let's check it out. Yeah. Okay. Hello, soundtrack. Oh. Oh god. Sorry. Alright, so what are we looking at here? Beats, extra screws, extra FPC, wrenches, gasket boron, top mount accessories. Okay. And then what do we have here? We have the alu plates. We have the wired hot swap. We have the wired solder foam kit. So I have one plate, and then looks like I have the well, you know. So there are a few colors. So retro coating white, retro coating green, retro coating red, anno silver, and then PC. So it looks like there's gonna be 5 colorways, and I have the retro coating white, which is kind of like a beige. There's no PC protos yet, apparently, so I think Alex has built his unit, but I don't know what color it was. I was not able to watch that stream, but there you have the case. Oh, the wrist rest. That's a nice. Whoa. Pretty slick. Okay, anything else in here? Hello, Couple. There was a house explosion today. It woke me up. Yeah. It's like 10 minutes away, like a 10-minute drive away-ish. Here. Let me post the news article. Yeah, I could hear it. I thought someone hit our house. I was dead asleep. It was very scary. Yeah. Someone posted here. Like, look. Like, 11:30, 12, something like that. Oh, it's deleted? Here. Does that one work? Scary, right? Yeah. I mean, the theory is they were making drugs. Oh. Alright, so here is everything we are working with today. Oh, Frank. Let me take a quick picture and post it on social media that I'm starting, and then we'll be good to go. Look at this. Whoa. Whoa. I can put my pens on here. Okay, sorry. Which board did you buy? Wait, is he the one? Is Laminar the one who he ran a board with Cannon Keys too? I forget what it was called. I built one of those. The Leviathan? Same person? I see. Who are they running that board with? Like, who's the vendor? Hello, picture, what's up? I'm just posting on social media really quick. Hello, Kaiju. Did you hear the explosion today? You're getting the Neo Ergo? You're not waiting for the split? Oh, you might have been here. It wasn't in my neighborhood, but I heard it in my neighborhood. Yeah, they're doing a split one. I built it yesterday. on stream. Do you want to see it real quick? So if you wanted to wait, check this out. So it's a split wireless and it uses a receiver. So you plug this part in, like right here, for example, and then you would type like this, and it's wireless. You can position it however you want. Or you could just not use this. So before you buy the Neo Ergo, this is also an option to consider. Comes out April 17th. In case you wanted something with a bit more flexibility. But yeah. I am both. Dang. Gotta like that, huh? Have you used an Alice before? Also, do you guys think this looks like Alex Odos? Like his brother or something? Like, just like first glance, like... he... Yeah, I was thinking it's the eyes and the facial hair. Racist? Why is it racist? Wait, is that racist? I just thought they looked similar. Wait, really? Oh my gosh. That guy, the comedian's apparently Italian and Brazilian. Okay, so his comedy show came up on my TikTok feed and they showed his face and I was like, huh? Why does this guy look like Alex? I bet all Canadians look the same to you. Do they? I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, but anyways. I'm ready to do my review. Are you guys ready? Neo Ergo being my first Alice. Oh yeah, definitely give it a try, see if you like it. Okay, so today we're building the Class65 V3. So here I have the retro coating white, but there are different colors. They have a green, a red, and then they have an anno silver and a PC. I don't know if anyone has PC, but I do have the white one. But it's a pretty funky layout. Okay, so it's a 65%. However, it has the exploded columns right here. So they've opted to move out like the 3 keys that are normally right here out, but decided to keep the arrow cluster in, right? So cluster is with the main board, but then you have these like pseudo XT columns, right? Oh, sorry. They're not exploded out. They're separated. they're islands. You got these little key islands, right? But there's a lot going on, at least with the top part of the board. So aside from like the unique layout, you have this like almost like pen rail structure right here, but it's actually more like a shelf. I don't know if you can look at that, but it's like a shelf. You have very thick bezels, right? So aside from this error blocker being pretty standard, everything else is like on the sides at least, very, very thick. And then from the top, you can actually see this accent piece that's found on the USB port side. So that's neat. You can see that as well. There are no sharp corners. Everything is very rounded here. And then it's interesting that this rail doesn't go all the way, right? It's only, you see how like this goes further, like this accent, but then this was a little shorter. It doesn't like go across the entire board. So there's that. Yeah. You do have this like large gap right here, but I wonder why they didn't like pull this out. But either way, you know, I think it's definitely a funky looking layout. So here's the front. And then I guess if we want to talk about it, there is like a small weight. The internals, there are cutouts for the alphas and whatnot. And from what I can see, there is a ribbon right here. But we'll open it and look at it later. But just looking from the front. So here's a side. So you can see the seam right here where the top meets the bottom piece. So it does look like, at least from the side, that this is two main pieces, right? The top piece, the bottom piece. So see the seam, and then it's a relatively simple side, right? You know, you just have the upward slant from the bottom piece. But here you can really see how this pen rail is flat on the top, curvy in the front. So you could put something right here, but in terms of putting it in the front, it would probably just like slide off. And then here you can also see the accent piece again on the USB port side. On the back. Okay, so here we do have this little accent weight that says class. And then similar to what we saw on the front, right? The back piece does have all these cutouts as well. This is where the feet would go. So the feet placements look staggered just based off of the ledge piece right here, but they are the same, right? You have the nice grooves. And then this weight is actually, you can see it's not all the way up. It's a bit recessed in, right? So a little nice class accent weight. From the back, you can see the screws. So total of 8 screws, 4 on the top, 4 on the bottom. And then once again, you can see the little accent piece. And then here is the USB port side. You can see the pen rail, you have this piece, and then it's a centered USB port. And then here's the front lip. So from here you can see the seam of the board. Okay, but let us open this up and just kind of look at the internals of the board. Okay. You guys like thick puzzles? Anytime I say the word thick, Interloper always like does that thing. Know what I'm saying? Hello, Elvin. So it'll be more time so he could do it more. Hello, Justin. How are you guys all doing today? I can't believe I got reached out about a Shiba Inu collab. That's amazing. Well, it's a black and tan Shiba Inu too. Perfect. I finally I've finally reached my target companies that I'm trying to work with. Your auntie? I hope my nephew drives me to the airport when I need. I don't know why, but they're just like, we love your content. We saw you also have Black Tan Shiba Inu. And we're about to do this collaboration with another Black and Tan Shiba Inu. It's like, oh my god. The nephew don't want to visit? The only reason I don't want to visit is because I don't want to get him sick before he gets all his vaccines. Like, I'm so scared of getting him sick. That's why, like, they want me to hold him, and I'm like, no, I'm scared. Okay. What is going on in here? Oh my god. This looks crazy. He makes your ass drive his car when he picks you up? Hell no. I'm gonna be like, nephew, are you really gonna do that to your old auntie? Okay, so a lot to unpack here. So let's look at, I guess, the top piece first, right? And then we'll look at the bottom piece. Top piece. So looks like we have the alignment tabs for the case itself, right? So you have the 1, 2, 3, 4. These look like they align with where the gaskets might go. So these ones that are like a little bit closer. You do see the little tiny squares. I'm guessing this is for like the top mount. And then here's where the accent piece on the front would be. It looks like it's held on by 3 screws. And then these little screws right here are for to close the case, in case you guys are wondering. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So not only are there anchor points to make sure you can align, because this is actually a flat piece, right? So to ensure that it's aligned properly, there are the anchor points. Looks like the pen rail also has 3 screws, so 1, 2, 3. So both of the accent pieces have 3 screws on the top piece of the case. Other than that, these like holes or gaps are for the, oh god, I always say it wrong, solenoid, right? Is that how you say it? Is that how you say it? You got it? Okay. So, for the solenoid and buzzer, right? So this is so that they have space. It looks like there's a lot going on, but once you kind of break it down, then it's not too complicated. But yeah. That is the top piece. It is just like a flat piece, right? So you need anchor points to help align it. Hello, Frank. Hello. Okay. Yeah, V3. Yeah. Would you like to build one, Franca? Who pinged me? Who's pinging me? Who's adding me? The heck? Who at me? Hold on, I gotta check this real quick. Okay, sorry. Okay, so bottom piece. So as we talked about from the top piece, these are the grooves for the alignment tabs. These cutouts that you see are going to be for the gaskets, right? You have all these cutouts on the bottom piece, and this is for the acoustics, the alphas of the board. Here on this side, this weird contraption, this is going to be the solenoid buzzer contraption, right? So you have this one that's connected by, looks like GST cable, and then from the buzzer or solenoid itself to the USB port, it does use a very long ribbon cable, but it looks like it's already been assembled, so you don't have to worry too much about it. The USB port looks like it uses a pogo pin connector, so that's pretty nice. The accent weight that we saw like right here is held on by the 2 screws. And yeah, so this gap right here, this is to accommodate for the accent piece that we saw on the USB port side that would fit in right here. Yeah. So this is your solenoid buzzer module. It's kind of nice that they are using the pogo pin. It does have this long ribbon connector, but we can just ignore it, I think, for the most part. I don't know if it'll come pre-installed for you guys, but hopefully it does, so you don't have to worry about it. But there is this little cover to hold down the connector, the magnetic connector, right? So in the event you do have to assemble it yourself, I recommend putting this part in and then routing the ribbon cable, because there is a gap for that, and then putting it through that. But yeah, that's the case itself. Do you guys want me to take off the pen rail and the the USB accent? Or are you guys good? I don't think I need to. It looks like there's nothing like hidden, but I think that should be good enough. Okay, let's close this. And then, so with the Class65 V3, there is wrist rests that are available, right? So for those who are wondering, the typing angle is going to be 7 degrees. This keyboard will be either top mount or gasket mounted. However, you can do plateless because solder PCB is available. The weight is going to be brass, and then it comes with there is a wrist rest, right? And it's pretty nice. So you have the mixture of the 2 materials, right? You have the alu, and then you have the wood accent right here. I'm not sure why they did it. It looks very nice, but alu case with walnut panel. And with like how large this is, this you can actually use for TKL is what they're saying. Let's see, the weight is going to be brass, so the accents I'm assuming are also going to be brass. But let me double check for you, just to be sure. So they're saying some changes from the other versions is oh yeah, it's brass. The pen rest and the trim, as what they're calling it, so this part, it's all brass. And then in the event you don't want it, you don't have to get it, right? Because you have a classic version, and then you also have a brass reforged version. So 2 versions. Yeah. Bring you 2 different types of Class65. Yeah. So there's going to be one without this, but then if you want it, it's right here. And then they said that this, because of the way this is not designed, this will actually work with like up to TKL keyboards. So looking at the wrist rest, right, matching with your case color, and it has this nice walnut accent. Looks like you can't like take it out or anything. So it's not like screwed in, it looks like it's just you're not able to take it out from what it seems like. Mine have the feet already installed, but it's pretty nice touch that they've added the feet right here, right? So they made it so whenever you put it against it, right, it's not, you don't have to worry about like scratching or anything, right? So it's kind of like a nice whoop. I do enjoy when they do that for wrist rests, especially like if you're worried about like case damage or potentially like rubbing alu on alu, right? So, and then it's also thin enough so it's not like super protruding out. So if I told you there were two stoppers right here, it wouldn't be that obvious. So it's a good thing that they put it there, and it's also very like slim, so it's not like super apparent. Yeah, I think all wrist rests should have that as well. But it is nice. And then here you can see the front with a nice wood accent. You have like the thinner bezels right here. I will say that this top and bottom bezel is uneven. I don't know if that bothers anyone, but sorry I pointed it out in case it does, but it is not even, but and there's no way to take this out from what it seems. And then here's a side, right? So it's a very simple wrist rest. You got the 4 feet right there, and then you got the 2 feet right here. Very thin lip right here. I know. I just knew as soon as I mentioned it, people would be like, what the frick? But here's the thing, is I think it's okay, because as you look here, right, all the bezels here, some of them are even, some of them are uneven, so like, it's just embracing the aesthetic from up here, okay? Just don't look at it if it bothers you. But yeah, so if you're interested in this board, it looks like they said it's going to be a late April drop, but there's going to be 2 versions. There's going to be the brass version, so it'll come with, or brass reforged, it'll come with the pen rail, the brass trim, and then they also have a plain version, where classic version, where it doesn't have this and it doesn't have this as well. But yeah. And then for colors, you have 3 retro coatings. So you have white, green, red, and then you have an anno silver, and then you have a PC. And then the wrist rests are going to be matching. And apparently both versions come with solenoid and buzzer. At least with like the Class 1800, you had to pick your module. But this one, you'll get both. Get both. What is this message? Okay. I want it all. Okay, anyway, sorry. So this board does support Plateless, if that's something you guys wanted to do. They have given me both the wired and the hot swap, but we'll just look at, I'm going to use hot swap today because I'm going to do foam and no foam. I will do a Plateless, but Plateless hot swap not recommended. Yeah, not recommended. Unless you're a professional. Everyone's gonna start doing it. Everyone wants to be professional. Yeah, I do like the yellow PCB. Whoa. Okay, so here you can see the gasket tabs. These are some of the biggest gasket tabs I've seen. These are big chunky gasket tabs. Dang. All the other gasket tabs, they seem so small compared to these. But yeah, so for the hot swap layout, bottom row is going to be set. It looks like you can split the left shift. You can do step to regular caps lock, no indicator for that. Yeah, no indicator that I can see. You can do split backspace. Looks like there is ONSE ISO support. I'm not tab shaming, I'm saying I like it. The gasket tabs are so funky because they're actually not the same throughout, right? And technically they're in slightly different like positions, because you see the 4 tabs up here are going to be all the same, right? Looks like an upside down clothes hanger. And then you have these 2 on the bottom, right? With the clothes hanger. But then you got these like wiggly snakes right here, right? By the space bar. I think it's interesting. Maybe they did that because, you know, having tabs by the space bar in terms of design choice, people have been moving away from that. And maybe they decided not to do the clothes hanger tabs and make it the squiggly snake to make it more bouncy or, you know, not affect the sound as much. This is just me like guessing, but the tabs are not all the same. And then you can see this one is like the tabs right here where they're anchored. These ones are actually apart from the space bar. So there's no actual like tab point by the space bar. It's near it, but like if they would have done that, it would have been directly on the space bar, but they've done it around it, right? Well, so you don't have to worry about making the tab smaller to fit in smaller bezels. Bezels are huge. Yeah, exactly. Like, look. Whoo, whoo, whoo. So why not? Hello, Prezi. Hello, Garby. But yeah, I like this PCB color. I'm a big fan of different PCB colors. Pretty sick. Let's look at the back. So here you can see the magnetic connector. Looks like no physical reset button, but pretty standard back, the way it looks on the back. Front is cool though. So we can look at the soldered version, see if it's different. Pressy, there's this guy I follow on TikTok who has a really cool aesthetic, and I think you would like him. I'm gonna send him to you right now. Let me find him. Okay, I sent him to you. Okay, but yeah, let's look at the solder version. So, main difference being you have a lot more options for your bottom row. I think that's just the big, that's the only difference from the hot swap is you now have a choice in your bottom row. And it looks like is this perhaps for, oh no, it's not. Okay, but yeah. Oh, you already follow him? Oh my gosh. I started watching his stuff. I was like, I bet Pressy would like his things. He's cool. Okay. Put this back in. Okay. Okay. Yeah. You already follow him though. Okay. So let's look at the plate. I only have an alu plate, so it's gonna be a relatively quicker build today. I don't know. Okay, so for the plates, right, you'll have copper, brass, PP, and an alu. Looks like the main difference, so the copper, brass, and alu will have small cuts here and there, but then looks like the PP one will not have any cuts. Just to clarify. So here is the plate. Right, so you do see like the small cuts here and there, but it's not quite a skeleton plate. You do have cuts between all the columns, right? And then you can see these are for the top mount in case you want to do that. And they've added this like pseudo leaf cut right here for that as well. So you got the small flex cuts, the small leaf cuts, but you'll have 3 metal plate options, and then you'll have 1 soft plate with the PP, but then PP will not have it. You do plateless top mount? No. Only plateless gasket. Yeah. But I have 1 plate, so we'll do one with and without foam, and then a plateless. I don't know, Oxy can pick. You guys never like my movies. Just kidding. The Wicked. That sounds like a horror movie, and if it's a horror movie, Frank is gonna peace out. Anytime Frank joins, he's like, what are we watching? And if it's like, even just like a little bit scary, he's like, nope, gone, bye. It's just Wicked. It's not The Wicked. The Wicked sounds like a scary movie. the Wicked. Frank, you have to distinguish, because I bet you there is a movie called The Wicked. And if there's not, then my bad. There's a yeah, see. Okay, which The Wicked are we watching? 2013. The Wicked. Oh, there's a Korean one, 2014. Yeah, we're watching the Korean one? Right. You know how you left from The Abyss? That movie was so goddamn silly. It wasn't scary at all. Better not take any chances. Yeah, I watch scary movies a lot too. I'm gonna do 2 stabs. It? I heard that the book, was way more unhinged than the movie. I mean, rightfully so, if you know what I'm referring to, but yeah. It's the same with actually they kind of did it with Perfume. Have any of you guys watched the movie Perfume? It was a book first. You want to watch Perfume? Is it the one with Alan Rickman? Am I thinking of a different one? Yeah, rest in peace. You know which movie we watched that sometimes I think about? Is the I forget her name, but it's like she goes through like all the different simulations and she lives like the different lives. I forget what it's called. No, we watched it movie night. She's the French actress that um like the dude ends up becoming like an incel. Oh, is it called The Beast? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That one was just so weird to me. I mean, I feel like I just didn't get it. I feel like I got it, but I also didn't get it. And I think it just made me really sad. Like, I think it was just a very sad movie. Plus, like, the idea of loving someone and them becoming an incel is like, oh. But yeah, you guys can pick the movie. I'm down with whatever. It's gotta be in English? Wait, why? Oh, I see. Yeah, but even movies in English, I prefer subtitles too. Quick question, where did you buy your cable? There's the link. It's from Unikeys. It's the unknown error. It's super cute. I love it. I love it. Yeah, if you guys decide to buy the cable, please consider using my affiliate or discount code. Everyone is sick forever until you die. Although. I had to remind Connor which Frank I was talking about the other day. I was like, not Papa Frank, the Frank in Korea. And he was like, oh, the KLC guy. I was like, no, that's not Frank, that's Kevin. I'm talking about the Korean Frank that we met that spoke Spanish. And he was like, oh, the thick eyebrow Frank. And I was like, yes, there's Papa Frank, there's Spanish Korean Frank, and there's KLC Kevin. He's like, oh, okay, I remember now. Yeah. Literally, we're at our Airbnb. He gets a phone call and he's like, hola, and starts speaking fluent Spanish. And I was like, what the fuck? And he's like, yeah, I was raised there. I was like, oh. So he speaks English, he speaks Korean, he speaks Spanish. Yeah, to my surprise, I just hear hola and start speaking Spanish. And I was like, what the? You guys didn't know that? Yeah, Shoni speaks Spanish. He was like born and raised. I'll let him tell you guys. And yeah, he's living in Korea. And he can speak English. He's trilingual. Well, I didn't say where he grew up in case he doesn't want people to know, but if he wants to tell you guys, he can. But Shoni's does speak Spanish. No, you can dox yourself. I'm not doxing you. This whole time, you guys didn't know Shoni speaks Spanish? It's the same as Diego. Diego also speaks Spanish. Diego speaks English, Spanish, Korean, knows like Japanese, like... Yeah. What, Frank's not a Spanish name? No. Yeah. Frank is like Yes, it is, as a Spanish person. Okay, Frank, tell them where you grew up, or tell them where you lived, so they can be like, wow, whoa. Yeah, he's so fluent. He told me that they prefer speaking Spanish to each other sometimes. I low-key thought my dad put the TV on when I started hearing Spanish, but then it threw me off because I was like, wait, we're in Korea. Why am I hearing Spanish? I'm in Korea right now. Turns out it was freaking Frank busting out his tongue. Like, yeah, I was definitely like, what the hell just happened? Alright, since Frank says we didn't ask, who else in chat speaks Spanish? We're asking right now. So in the future, we can't be like, what? You speak Spanish? It's funny because I have this friend, and when we go to like Mexican restaurants, and I'm like, hey, what is that? And he'll say it in Spanish, but he's like, I don't know, that's a Mexican thing. I'm like, I learned a lot from him because he's always like, that's Mexican, that's different. Like, I know the word, but I don't know what it is. And that's how I learned, like, it's actually very different. You know Spanish, Viet, English, and some French? Oh my gosh. Okay, you guys, now you know. We got another trilingual person in chat. Well, maybe I should ask, like, who is trilingual in chat? I would say I'm, like, barely bilingual. Like, I could survive if you threw me in, like, Taiwan or China, but if you threw me in France, I don't think I would survive. Oh, there you go, Alvin. Alvin. Nah, you just white. Also, when I said Papa Frank, he was like, Papa Frank. I was like, and then I realized I never told Connor that Frank had a baby. So he was just like, why are you calling him Papa Frank? And I was like, the bathroom Frank. The Frank that freaking like screwed us over by going, I need to go use the restroom. That Frank, the one I yelled at you. And he's like, oh, okay, yeah. Okay, I get it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was so disappointed. So, so disappointed. We went to go eat with Frank. Frank was like, I gotta go use the bathroom. And then he didn't come back for a long time. And then he came back. I was like, okay, let's go. I'm gonna go pay. And he's like, I already paid when I went to the bathroom. Like, okay. It is. I told Connor to follow him. Connor failed me that day. Can you guys change my category to just chatting for me, please? John? Thank you. He's such a dog. Okay, rate my impression. How was that? Good? Deeper? No. I'm sorry. I don't have balls. I can't do it. Ugh. Yeah, what's up, Lamp? How you doing? Oh, is it really? You know, my cousin lives in Boston. She moved there recently. Yeah. Imagine if I still lived in Boston. I lived in Dorchester, though. Right by the red line. Whenever we first moved there, we told people we're gonna live in Dorchester, and like so many Boston people are like, are you sure? And then we told them, well, it's right by the red line, and they're like, oh, okay, that's not as bad. Yeah. It was just, like a lot of crime. It's a neighborhood in Boston. You say Dorchester like such an American? Okay, how do you want me to say it? Dorchester? Is that better? Is that better? You're welcome. Oh yeah. So Sean printed this out for me. He was like, what is this for? I'm like, to help me build keyboards. Yeah, because normally I have this small one, right? But now I have this one, so. Yeah, Sean printed, shipped it to me. Okay, so normally, watch this. Like, if you didn't have a plate fork, okay, well, that one was not a good example, but like, you see how there's a gap right here? Like, so this is good, right? But then, like, this is not good because you can see, like, now there's not like a clear gap because there's supposed to be, oh, so like right here. So you can see how it like goes down. Sometimes when your plates are like too soft, it makes it a little harder. So what you do is you take the plate fork, right? Where's my switch puller? Oh, right here. So you would take this, take it out, right? And then you would use the plate fork like this, and then you would help it create that gap like this. So it basically helps you keep the plate up, and then you can put it in like that. Yeah, so like a shim. Now you have a nice gap. So the reason why I wanted this big one is because then I don't have to like keep moving it like that. It's just a convenience thing, but now that I have the big one, I can just, you know, slide it in like this. It's nice and easy. Yeah, so now I have this shim and I can just put the switches in without worrying that the plate will like collapse in. It's better for like, or it's more useful for like softer plates that could like fold in. Alloy plate's not that bad, but yeah. It's very handy. There's like more things I would like to 3D print, but I just found out recently that 3D printers have a lot of hate at like creative markets because they just buy the pattern online and then they just like throw their branding on it and like claim it's theirs. So it's interesting to see that. No, I think 3D printing is cool, but there are people that just like will go to like these creative markets when they've bought like the pattern and print it and then sell it as like their own, which technically nothing wrong with that, but I think the idea, at least at the creative markets, is that it's something you designed and not like bought the design. But it kind of gets like a little muddy whenever you like buy the design and then you change it to how you want it to be. Like, then would you count that as like your own thing? I don't know, it's weird. It's just like a lot of bias, at least at the creative markets. Oh, is that what you do for a living? I didn't know that. Wait, Lamp. How many languages do you speak? 2? Okay. Not yet. I'm asking because earlier chat found out that Shoney's could speak Spanish. And Shoney's was like, no one ever asked. So now we're asking people what languages they speak. Like, if if you were thrown to Vietnam, would you be able to survive and live there? Like based on your Viet? If you do exclamation point song, it's Come With Me by Kid Smoko, but of course. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this day and age, like you could just use your translator and survive, but you always have the best music playing. Thank you. I like how um Boston is so clean as a city because you have like bi-weekly or you have like cleaning days like twice a week. But then the Chinatown is clean compared to like New York's Chinatown, but like there's just years of grime at the Chinatown you just can't get rid of. Yeah, all the Asian spots. Gargle says you can practice with me. I just don't understand any of it. Once a week. It's like those shirts, like when I went to China when I was younger, and the shirts were they had such weird English phrases on it. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like you see it on social media sometimes, but it's just like random English words they put on shirts. Yeah, and it's all like it's just like slightly incorrect, um like I love man, like stuff like that. Also, this is cool. I didn't realize this, but once you put the plate and the PCB together, you can really see how it aligns, right? Check this out. So with the squigglies, right, there's no actual like mounting point on the spacebar for the top mount, so the squigglies like go around it. But then here, the clothes hanger points, they do interact with the top ones, right? So you would just put your screw through this gap right here if you're trying to do top mount. So if you're worried about like interference from, because the gaskets are really big, and how would you like screw it in? But if you look, right, they've actually, this gap is multifunctional because you can actually still put the screw down there for the top mount. Kind of cool. What should you bring him? Ooh, what should you bring Frank? From Massachusetts? Ooh, you should bring him resin. Oh my god. Mm, yeah, I was I was actually gonna say something like lobster related. Oh, Bull! Thank you for the raid. Hello, welcome. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Bull. What were you streaming today? Thank you for the shout out. Hello everyone, my name is Patricia. I also build and review custom keyboards. I play a lot of games, and here we're reviewing the Class 65 V3. Oh, nice! Wait, which color? So hello everyone. Uh, yeah. This one is coming out, they said late April, but I don't have the exact date. If you guys are interested, I would recommend joining their Discord, but it's pretty neat so far. Like, check out this wrist rest. This is the special brass edition. So not only do you have the pen rail right here, but you also have this, what are they calling it? A brass trim. So brass reforged. Too bad about lock 6.25U for hot swap though. Yeah. This one you can do plateless. There is a solder version. Yeah, it is chunky. So before you guys came in, I was actually just talking about the PCB gasket tabs and the top mount points and how they interact with each other. Because as you can see, the yellow PCB, it has huge gasket tabs, right? This board can do a top mount and a gasket mount, right? And I was pointing out how the gaps in the gasket tabs, right, are big enough so that you can put the screw through this and reach the top mount points. Neat, right? And then the tabs actually aren't all the same because you have these that are like clothes hangers, is what I've been saying. But then you have these two that are squiggly, like a snake or like half, right? I'm guessing, so I'm not a designer by any means, but if maybe Bull has like some input, but it's saying because, you know, they're trying to avoid any like mounting points near the space bar. So they went for this option, right? They went for the squiggly, so the gasket tabs actually avoid the space bar point. And then you see the same thing for the top mount, right? So no actual point right there. But that's why I think there's two different types of gasket tabs. Yeah, huge fan of the yellow PCB. And then this one has both a solenoid and a buzzer. And then because this case is so large with the thick bezels, the wrist rest you can actually use for like a TKL. Yellow PCBs are awesome. Yeah, I love it. So you can see here's the solenoid buzzer module. And then I'm gonna do gasket first. The PC one looks really interesting for this one. Typically with PC cases, it's like a little scary, especially when you have to do like inserts, like threaded. Yeah, what's up, Zai? I don't know if PC cases have like the higher chances of like manufacturer failure or warping. But it's always a concern if, for example, PC cracking, especially around like the screw points. These are the Keygeeks. Good morning. Okay. I decided to go for hot swap today so we could do like multiple builds. Yeah. Zai, do you know why they did both like Keygeek HMX? Oh, hello, objective. Okay. Like, they came out at the same time, or are they the same Switch? I didn't even know there was like multiple. Keygeeks came out a little later. Oh, I see. Okay, so I'm debating whether I want to put this on the plate or on the case. But I think I'm gonna do plate. The only reason I say plate is because there's no groove for the top gaskets, right? Because here you can see the grooves for the bottom, but then there's like no groove up here for that. So there's nothing to really help me give me like an indicator unless I take the PCB. So I guess I'm just going to put it on the plate. They gave me so many. What the heck? Was that intentional? Me. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so they have the same name, but it's just like slightly different or completely different. Same color. Key highlighter, I see. I'm like, when gaskets don't have like the exact alignments, I always get so like, oh, I see, I see. So this gasket is actually supposed to go over here. Okay, so I was just wrong. And you'd buy different companies, I see. So these gaskets are going to be slightly longer, the clothes hanger ones, whereas the snake one is slightly shorter. So that's why you have the two different gaskets. And thankfully, these gaskets are like the right length. So right length meaning it does go edge to edge. There's not like a gap that you have to like account for. Sometimes when you put on gaskets and there's like a gap, and if you're someone who gets bothered by that, you want to make sure the gap is like good on both sides. This one you don't have to worry as long as it's edge to edge. Square Enix just opened up their creator program, but I thought about applying, but I don't really play Square Enix games these days. I have a lot in the past, but I still haven't even played the new Final Fantasy VII Remake. I've watched people play it, but myself playing it, I haven't. FF14? Do you play FF14? Unironically, I feel like I had more FF14 viewers than I did, like, WoW viewers. In the sense that, like, more of my viewers played Final Fantasy 14 rather than WoW. I see. So you didn't play this new tier. Apparently. So is John. I think I would be more interested in 14 if I played it continuously at the start. Like, getting into an MMO is, like, difficult. Unless you have, like, friends that are also, like, getting into it with you. I think picking it up solo is like, what the heck? Really? You think so? You have to be born into it sounds so dramatic. Oh god. Like Bane from Batman writing that. Oh my god. Okay, so they gave me enough gaskets for both PCBs. That's why I have so many. Oh, because there's no grooves on the top part to indicate where to put them. There's like there's like right here, but I don't know. I just felt better putting them here. Yeah, like there is like this. You can put them here, but like this one actually has the groove, so I don't know. They gave me enough for both of them, so might as well put them on the plate. Thank you. Oh god. I was like, oh no. Wait. Okay. Let me screw it all together. Earlier I said something incorrect, but I'll just correct myself now in case people are watching or like what the heck. But earlier I said that there's no grooves in it, so I kind of have to guess, but I forgot these were right here, but there's still no like walls, so I just decided to put them on the case itself. I mean on the plate itself. I mean, I have to correct myself because, you know, some people are vicious. It's a little harder sometimes as like a live streamer because, you know, we're working on the fly. Whereas like a YouTube video, right? If you make a mistake, you can just cut it out. What's my favorite spring? I like 45-gram long springs. Unless you're asking like TX or that's what you're asking. I mean, it's rough because you either have to correct yourself if you do say something wrong, or you just don't say anything wrong. Or else people will hone in on that. I feel like streamers and YouTubers have their own struggles. 22 grams? If you want it to come back faster? I feel like if you want it to come back faster, 22 grams, I don't know if there are springs that light. I feel like if you sneezed on those would actually... Oh, 22 mm. Okay, yeah. Wait, that makes a little more sense, but... Um... Oh, okay. Okay. So if you want your switches to come back faster, I'd actually recommend either a longer spring or a double spring. Because think about it, right? So if you have like the regular spring and then you go with the longer spring and you're condensing it all down into the same switch, right? There's going to be more pressure on the longer spring because you're condensing more down. So when you actuate, this will bounce up faster because there's more pressure or there's more compression. Does that make sense? So if you get a bigger spring or a longer spring, right, it will theoretically go up faster than this normal spring. So that's why if you're looking for something to come back faster, you either get a longer one or you get a double spring. Can I draw this MS Paint? No! I mean, I could, but... So even if the weight is the same, the longer spring will return faster. Yes. No, you guys always make fun of my MS Paint drawings. I don't want to. Okay, so the keycaps that we're going to be using today, I've actually already opened. My cat has already got into the box, unfortunately. Feels bad. But I'm going to showcase one of their new keycap set. I've already opened it because I wanted to, but this is Glazed Beige from Studio. So imagine like a glazed donut, right? So just knowing that name should give you guys like I guess a heads up of what this is, but they're basically shiny keycaps, right? Yeah, so I like the box a lot. So it is sealed like that. I already opened it. But when you open it, it's like a donut box, right? It's very cool. There are tabs, but like I said, my cat has bit them already. But these tabs are gonna be like this. I just wanted to show you guys. So you open it like this, and then you would pull it out. Ooh! So it's like a donut box, almost. Yeah, see my cat. And then here, you can slide out the keycaps. And I've already used them, but they're right here. I wanted to show you guys. So this is also going to be available from Studio, but check it out. It's shiny. It's a little hard to see because my lights are so bright, but if you've ever wanted keycaps that are shiny or like pre-shined, or if you're someone who tends to shine your keycaps quickly, this is a good option for that. It's also, you know, an aesthetic thing, right? If you want to like shiny keycaps. Oh, no, it still shines, but it's just the box has been chewed up by my cats. But I don't know if you can see it. It's a little harder to see. Like there's just certain angles you have to look at it. So I'll just put it on the case and then we'll look at it together. But this is also available from Studio. And then let me, yeah, kind of what Oxy said. Let's see. Do they have glazed beige? Go back. Flash sale. So these start at $59 USD if you wanted to see everything you get with the kit, but basically full PBT injection molding with a mirror finish. They used Heat Curing Legends. And then some people were asking me like, is it sticky? It's not sticky, but does it stick to your fingers more than, you know, like GMK? Yeah, because of the finish. But it's not like, ooh, sticky, you know? Oh, don't say that. The other day, Connor spilled kimchi soup on his keyboard. He like panicked. He panicked. Don't worry, I cleaned it up and everything. Wait, I have to fix it. Just don't spill. Wait, let me not use these. Last time I got complaints. That's also how you get ants. Who are you, Archer? What the heck? You got that reference? Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah, so Archer's a show, animated show where he's just like surprisingly very anal about food because he's always like, because that's how you get ants. He just keeps saying that. When it gets like really hot or if it rains a lot, that's when the ants come because they're just like it's too hot outside. They're like, please help us. He literally said it on the first episode. Let's see. Guys, I'm gonna use the color accent. This thing is way too plain for me. I can't do it. I need color. I need couleur. Oh, wait. Does this have split backspace? Please tell me. Okay, it does. Yeah, it does have split backspace. I thought your favorite color was beige. You know what? Everyone thinks that. I don't know why. Pretty sure my community is like filling out ICs and being like, please send her the beige. Please send her the beige unit. And they're like, okay. QWERTYUI. How dare you insinuate we have anything to do with that? Of course you guys did. I cannot believe you're trying to gaslight me into thinking that you guys didn't. So I have a question. When you have boards like this, where it's a 65 or 60%, but then you also have the column right here, do you put tilde or do you put escape? You put escape right here. See, I would put tilde right here But that's because that's how I play WoW. Because I need tilde as a separate key. Oh, yeah, so there's a classic version, so you don't have to get the brass reforged one, in case for those who feel the same. It's Studio. Split backspace, I use escape. If it's full backspace, tilde. Yeah. That makes more sense. Oh, I like these too because they have nipples. They have the nipple keys. And for those who don't know what I'm talking about, you know how like the F and J, there's like bars are scooped? Another version is there's nipples. So it's just like a dot. That's why I like the nipple indicator. Yeah, I'd agree with that statement. And the ranking. Yeah, so it's a mirror finish, so it's shiny. Oh yeah, see? You see that in all its glory? Cool, right? Greasy? No, it's just shiny. It's just dewy. That's what we call it in the skincare world. You're not greasy, you're just dewy. Oh. Like this one. So let's do page up, page down, delete. Or should I put artisans here? I should put artisans here and then just do the... I could put artisans here. Do I have 5 beige artisans? It's not old Patty would have done it. It's... I don't think I have that many beige artisans. I'll try. Okay, there's 1 beige. There's 2 beige. Should I do like off beige? Because I have like this one that's like an off beige. This one as well. And then there's also like this one, kind of like an off page. Kind of throws you off a little bit, right? Okay, that's fine. Need to enter more beige raffles? I feel like I haven't seen very many raffles lately. Since I'll probably lose Kohaku raffle. Oh, I needed to respond to you. A high-end 65%. High-end 65%. I can think of high-end 60%. Let me think. 65%. Can't get Oku because it's already gone. Yeah, it has to be a high-end 65% that is somewhat relatively easier to get. Oku will be hard. Aftermarket Kohaku will be hard. Is Orbit 65%? You look at Orbit. That's the one by Machina. I think budget was like 700-ish. Same person who did Cloudline, right? I don't think JJW has any 65%, right? Oh yes, Cloud9, sorry. Cloud9, Cloudline. Is Gradient out? Gradient's like not easy to get, right? Because there's he's doing a few R2s of things, but yeah. High-end 65%, that's not Kohaku. Oh, maybe, oh god. Was the Void 60? Oh, holy shit, that scared me. I forgot this is a solenoid buzzer. I forgot. I forgot. That scared me. Okay, well, we know it's working. Oh my god, I got scared. I need to figure out how to, like, change that. Let me... Oh my god. So there's the Void 65. Let's see. So there's Orbit, you could wait for extras. Oh, Keep Signs, thank you for the raid. Hello. there's this one. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I'm actually trying to look up like high-end 65% that you don't have to like pay like 900 plus for. I feel like I'm blanking on. Oh, Bauer 2. Is that out yet? No, Freya's out. Like sold out. Yeah, you could look at this one, but this is like limited run. I don't know like how easy it is to get. I feel like with how many rubber Hakus there were, you might be able to find one like somewhat decent pricing, maybe. It really depends. There's also like if you were interested in like a Geon board potentially. Okay, hold on. Let me mute real quick. I don't know how to easily swap this, I think. It has to be an internal thing. Let me double check. Because with the class 1800, there was like a switch. Oh yeah, Forever is really nice. I don't think he would. I think Ben is like done. Well, the thing is that it's like over here. I think I have to take it apart. Yeah. You know, one of the earlier boards I built that I've always really liked, was the Plateless, the new. I don't know why. That board just is. There are boards that I've built, but very few of them just like remain in my head. But that one, like, a Yoga Kohaku. Oh, I was supposed to build one of those. That one, Suwabi has one, right? Why do you think it stayed in your head? Probably because it was like my first Plateless build, and it's like what made me realize I loved Plateless. And it was also like a very pretty cool. Oh, I mean, I'm not asking to build it. I'm saying that I know someone who has it. And he asked me if I wanted to build it. Yeah. I almost joined the Or I was asked if I wanted to join the Haku Kohaku. Okay, so this one. Okay. Let me see. They probably sent me a message. Oh, they did. Yeah, the hotkey guide, yes. Class65 hotkey guide. Are we allowed to talk about that one now? Which one? FN and Z? Yeah, so buzzer is FNA, solenoid is FNZ. Okay. Which one are we allowed to talk about? Does spray painting your keyboard change how it sounds significantly? The Kohaku Haku? Yeah. I mean, people have been talking about it, at least. Are you spray painting your keyboard? Yeah, I was asked if I wanted to join it, and I was like, no, it's like a little too expensive. And then I know there was like a little bit of, you know, a lot of people are trying to secure a spot. And then I actually have a friend who said he got it, but I haven't seen it. So I don't know if he has it yet, but oh, okay, well you can ask Elvin then. Elvin knows. Have the payments already been finalized? Okay. Solenoid is FN. That worked. It didn't work. Ah! Hold on. Oh my goodness. Okay, that's Windows. That's Control. Okay, so it's this one. Okay. I think we did it. No, we did it. Okay. So that's turned on, so... Okay, so that's turned off. Okay, we did it. And then buzzer... Ah! Okay. Woo! We're normal again. We're normal again. Okay. I don't have... I don't have the Kohaku... The Haku Kohaku. The Kyogre one is finished. the prototype for the Haku Kohaku. I don't have the key map to change this, so it'll be okay. We'll be fine. Do you guys want to hear how it sounds with like the solenoid and buzzer? So I'll just do it really fast. Yeah. So buzzer would be this one A. So that's like that high pitch. And turn that off. The solenoid, so it's this one. So right. So this one has both. Okay. And then you can tune the buzzer apparently. So let's turn this off. Okay, you can't hear it. It just sounds like a typewriter. The buzzer is very loud, but let me mute this real quick. Okay, so you can actually tune the buzzer and you can make it basically like lower pitch to higher pitch, but it's very loud, so I'm not gonna turn it on. Some people like it. I mean, some people like that audio feedback. So the buzzer's the one that's like the dee 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 dee, the one that you heard. The solenoid is the typewriter one. Can you out-type the solenoid? I'm not sure. I'll test after. Let's just hear how this sounds first. I nearly had like a heart attack. I nearly had a heart attack. Okay. So let me update my build. This is Hello Plate. Keygeek Purple Dawn. Okay, so this first one is gasket mount, and we have no foam. Gasket mount, no foam. Alright, so this is the Class65 V3. This will be coming out soon, the group buy. We're using an alu plate. This is gasket mounted currently with no foam. These are Keygeek Purple Dawn Switches, and we're using Studios glazed beige keycap set. Yes, I do have the wrist rest. I'll use it for the next typing test. I think I have a little bit of switch chattering going on, right? What keys were those? Hold on. Oh, Multi-Clue, how you doing? Oh yeah, I did it there. Okay, so it's a D key. Let's see if swapping the switch out helps it. Sometimes it's the PCB, sometimes it's a switch, so we'll see. We shall see. Okay, but yeah, let's change this to top mount. Top mounted? Where's my... Right. Yeah, I have the wrist rest. I just forgot to use it. I've noticed with a lot of boards, the colors they use are always very like... They remind me of like warm, like autumn colors for some reason. Okay. That's because they're trying to make you fall for their design. True. Yeah, they've added new maps and new monsters. I play Peglin a lot, just like on my Steam Deck. They have updated some stuff though. New maps, new monsters, new sound effects. Oh, are you really? Nice. I heard that. I heard some people talking about buying that. I want to say it was like Cuppo had mentioned it. I think Cuppo is getting a, or wants to get the Switch 2. I don't know. I can't justify Switch 2. I barely play my Switch 1 these days. Okay. Then you didn't play it again. Plus the games are gonna be like $80. Oh. I mean, for some game franchises, I would consider paying that much, but it really, really depends. Like, if it's something I know I will play a lot, like, sure, but I would. Are they getting rid of physical copies completely? Ooh, Steam Deck. I love my Steam Deck. I hope not. Yeah, that's definitely a buy and then sell later angle. That's what my dad used to do back in the day. He'd buy the game, play it, finish it, and then sell it. But now with like digital copies these days, you can't do that, but try here. Oh, that's why. Okay, hold on. So there are grooves for these top mount pegs to stay in, but if they shift like this for whatever reason, right? I have to put them back in. Yeah, Pressy, if you play a lot of Steam games, Steam Deck's very nice, but Multikill is talking about the Asus, and I heard that's going to be very good as well, or I've heard a few people talk about it. Yeah, I mean, Steam Deck I think is one of my best purchases. What did Asus do? They do something? Did this shift again? Oh, I see. I wonder if the OLED version for the Steam Deck is really that big of a difference. Oh, I see. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I mean, I imagine right now, for me, it's probably not worth it, but if I had it like side by side, I would probably be like, yeah, give me that OLED. But I'm so used to my Steam Deck that I probably don't know like how good it is. Yeah. So I'm probably just used to mine, but I bet the OLED is very nice. If you sold your Steam Deck, you probably justify, yeah. I am missing a screw. What? Oh, right here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I probably just don't know how good it could be. Okay, so this one is no foam. Yeah, I think there's something with this PCB, or maybe it's another switch. Let me try changing it up. Okay, so this one has no foam, and this is the top mount. Yeah, I have quite a bit of chattering going on. That's okay. I mean, you guys hear how it sounds. So, I think that's a very powerful spacebar with the top mount. It's definitely more stiff because you went from gasket to a top mount board, right? But I feel like it sounds like fuller when you swap to the top mount. Okay, so now we're gonna do with foam and then plateless, and we're done. I don't know if you guys want a sound test with the solenoid. Probably not going to do the buzzer because it's so loud and I don't know how to turn it down. I don't know if you can, but pretty sure if I did a sound test with a buzzer, everyone's ears would your ears would fall off. So a really good thing that they did the pogo and not like a ribbon cable. It just makes life so much easier. I don't have to worry about anything. Oh, I forgot to use the wrist rest. Okay, I'll use the wrist rest for this next one. Oh my goodness. I'm just so used to no wrist rest. Chat, remind me, okay? Is pogo the future? Yeah. If you're not using a pogo, it's like you're just like inting. I mean, it's just a very good quality of life change. And if it's easy to implement, and if it's like not too much more expensive or even like cheaper, see, I don't know like how much it costs in terms of like manufacturing, but I could see why people wouldn't do it if it's like a cost factor. But if it's like the same price, you might as well, in my opinion, in my humble opinion. Pego? You mean Prego? The sauce? I know, no chill. Who added that emote? Does it say who? What's this? Okay. If it doesn't say who, does that mean I added it? Yeah, I mean, I assumed it was Instinct, so... Okay. I see. This puller's pretty nice. Did you buy Cosmo? GMK Cosmo? I feel bad. I should have bought Cosmo. I should have supported Mike. It's pretty. I'm just glad it got made. There are a few GMK sets that have not made it or have been cancelled. Feels bad. Yeah, Mike is a Texas. I know, Hippo. We're gonna do the Mooding collab, but it did not happen. If I were to do a sunflower set, what color accent should I have? Green or brown? Like the accent enter key, for example. I think brown, right? It'd be yellow. All yellow? Yeah, I think so. It's like a sunflower. Maybe it's like yellow with brown lettering. Oh, Gunnar, thank you for the prime. Well, I would want to ask PBT, so KBD. Also, Honey has like the alt alphas, but the main base kit was the yellow and the white. I wouldn't do that yellow like GMK Honey. I do like the translucent, and I would do like a darker brown. It would be kind of close-ish to Honey, but not exactly. It's more like a sunflower. I guess I would have to show you guys, right? But GMK main base was the white alphas, and then if you got the alt alphas, that made it all yellow. But I'm not looking to run GMK. I'm looking to run PBT fans if possible. Just thinking. I would love to do like a floral series. We could, but I just like the the translucent keycaps like X-ray and atomic purple. I think yellow is a little harder to like convince people to buy. But if we did like a rose and like a sunflower, I think it's also going to be a tough sell. I just want a translucent yellow set. That's... I'm not thinking about the market, I'm thinking about me. I'm thinking about what I would want. I mean, this is gonna sound bad, but worst case scenario, or like best worst case scenario, I try to do it, I get samples, and then it's not popular, and then I ask, can I keep the sample? If they're not able to run it. Did they make the whole set? I don't know. I think it depends. I'd have to ask. Oh, no. Man down. Oh, yeah. Okay. They're like stuck. Who is messaging me? Who's spamming me? Okay. Is it the one with like the hour-long line? It's like a upstairs and a downstairs. There's this ATX Matcha Club, and I'm gonna ask them to come try my matcha. So here's what I realized after trying all those matcha places with my sister and her husband is I don't think people actually like matcha. I think people just like the flavor of the syrups. But when it comes to matcha by itself, they don't like it. Like, unless it has some kind of like flavoring or something sweet, they don't like it. They don't like traditional matcha. They like... It's kind of like how some people will drink just like straight coffee, but then they will, but they need to add like creamer or sugar. It's kind of similar-ish, except I feel like with coffee people, they can taste black and they'll be like, that's good, but I need this, right? And I think for like the matcha girlies, at least, or like the matcha people here, when they're like, oh, it's really good matcha, it's not because they like matcha, it's because they like the syrup that's in the matcha. I mean, granted, that's not everyone, right? That's a very generalized statement, but does that make sense? Matcha by itself, they don't actually like. It has to have some kind of syrup, and that's what they're tasting, and that's what they're like, oh, strawberry matcha? They have it, and they're like, oh, I love it. I love matcha. And it's like, no, you like the strawberry. You feel? So I wonder. One girl sent my sister the list, and my sister's like, you didn't try any of the plain matchas. And she's like, oh no, I don't like matcha by itself. It has to have syrup. And that's when I realized, I was like, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. These people don't actually like matcha. They just like the fact that it has a bunch of like sugar in it and they think it tastes good. And then, you know, people are like, matcha is green, it's healthy, and it's aesthetic. Oh, hi, Insty, just wake up. Perfect. I got 2 more sound tests and then we're done and I'm gonna watch a movie. Oh, I see, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I've realized at the end of the day, these girlies don't actually like matcha. They just like all the sugar and stuff you put inside the matcha. And at least with coffee people, you know, if you're just like, no, I don't want just like black coffee, I feel like you guys can at least drink it and be like, you know, you can drink it and be like, yeah, that's good coffee, but I don't like it like that, right? Yeah, what D. Lau said. Becomes unhealthy after you add the sugar and stuff, yeah. That's the thing though, is that because some of the businesses, when my sister's like, this is not good, they're just like, excuse me, we use the highest ceremonial grade matcha. And it's like, bruh, do you even know what that means? You want to see? You want to see the uh highest ceremonial grade matcha's color? I'm gonna show you guys. This is the place that says, we use the highest ceremonial grade matcha. And then, oh wait, I want to show you guys. I think Insty will appreciate it. Insty, look, look, look. With my microphone. This is so good. Just a straight shot of that. Oh, it's so good. Yeah, that's my microphone. You like it? Are you guys proud of me? That thing was foaming. Anyways, but yeah. Hey, guess what? Guess what? That's also only 1 teaspoon of matcha. Well, and see, I just I just drank it. I drank some of it straight out of the bowl like that. It was so tasty. So tasty. Wait, Patty. Yeah. Uh-huh. I mean, no one's doubting my matcha. No one has asked me. But if they tell me they use ceremonial grade matcha, I'm gonna ask them which harvest it is. And if they're like, wait, what do you mean? Then I'm gonna be like, okay. No, now I'm being a snob, but it's just one of those things, like, ceremonial is just a blanket term. I mean, if Costco has good matcha, that's fine with me. I think for lattes, I just use culinary grade. That's like good enough for me. John sent me the matcha though. I should say thank you. God, the Switch chattering. I feel like, okay, maybe this is just me hyperthinking, but I feel like when you say something like this, it has a different meaning from like just this, right? You use culinary grade for everyday drinks at home. Yeah. I mean, it's cheaper. It's good. Because like if you make it into a latte, you know, it's fine. Um, but if you really, I do have my fancy one, but that one I save. That one I definitely save. Yeah, pretty much insty. Okay, hold on. Yeah, hold on. I use this one. I think this one is pretty good for, if you want to use the lattes, but I also have another one. Let's see. This one. This one's good if you make like lattes at home. Stop talking to me? Oh, okay, sorry. Alright, so this one is with foam. And this one is going to be the gasket mount. Oh god. This one is not all the way on. Yeah, it's not. There's nothing wrong with bags. You just, once you open it, you have to seal it. You want to make sure there's no light. It's airtight. But there's nothing wrong with matcha that comes in a bag. Oh yeah, so Dila, you want to see what that one looks like? That one looks like... Well, here's the thing, Avo, is that if you buy matcha from like Japan, they put it in a bag and then they put it in a tin. So joke's on you. Where's my... Hold on, I'm trying to find it. What that one looks like. that one. Well, this one has strawberry in it, which I think is okay. Here, I'll just show you this one. Where is it? I just saw it. Yeah, that's just this one. Has some oh my god, that one has some strawberry in it. Oh my god, it's just like I just had an error. Did you guys hear that? It's like I glitched or something for a second. Oh my goodness. I literally bugged out. Okay. So I might have some Switch chattering, or I'm going to. Not sure if it's the switches. I think it might be the PCB, but it's okay. It's okay. As long as we can hear how it sounds. And I have the wrist rest this time, so we're good. Alright guys, so this is with foam and this is the gasket mount. Nokia's keyboard for gaming? Why for gaming? You're asking for like an HE build or what? I mean, if it's for gaming, you should get an HE. But a lot of the Wooting cases are kind of... they're not the best when it comes to like sound. You should try, wait, are you looking for cheap? Or are you trying to like go out? Why not try like the Geon like Venom PCB with etc. ROG mini case, whatnot. You're pulling my... Bro. I was literally genuinely trying to think of a gaming keyboard for you that would sound like that. You're telling me I used my brain power on something you were just joking about? Come on. I was gonna give you a genuine answer. Okay, well, you want to know what my genuine answer is? Just get a freaking wooting and add kinetic sand and tape mod. You're done. I have been, I can't even say it. Well, my mods know that I have been struggling lately. And, I am just, like, so over it. Okay, so for those who are wondering why the top mount you need these little acrylic or plastic pegs, and it's because this uses top mount and gasket mount, right? But because the top mount is on the plate, whereas the gasket mount is on the PCB, there's a height difference, right? As you can see right here, because here is where the top mounting would be, but then the gasket's right here. And so if it were to be lower, right, basically you have to raise it so that the top mount isn't affected by the gasket. If that makes sense. Or I should say the gasket isn't affected. Basically, you know, it's so the two don't like interfere with each other. Oh, wait, the foam blocks it. Wait, the foam is so thick it blocks the top mounts. Oh. Okay. Did I miss something? Is there something I could like pull through? Hmm. Couple, are you gonna watch movies with us? I'm not sure yet. I don't think so. It depends because I have my pop-up coming up. So it is Saturday. Good morning, Kim. How was your coffee run earlier? Okay, so the foam is very thick, but because of the cuts on the plate, it makes it so you can slide in the screw, kind of like pushing the foam out of the way and then screw it in. So did you know there's a Junbi opening in Austin soon? I don't know if you were able to try their Miffy collab. I am a little sad about it. Not sad, but just like damn, because I was like, I'm gonna open a store in North Austin. But now there's a Junbi, so it's kind of like, oh, damn. Well, now I'm not going to open a store. You know? I like Matcha Maiko too. I like really like that place. Yeah. There's a soft serve place in Boston that makes their soft serve from scratch, and I'm gonna try to do that. Ironically enough, there's like a church that's selling a soft serve machine for like really cheap. Normally they're like $10,000, right? But they're selling it for cheap and no one wants to buy it. So I'm thinking about buying a secondhand soft serve machine so I can learn how to make soft serve. And did matcha soft serve at your pop-up? No. It's an idea I want to do later down the road. Well, I don't have the machine yet. But my store, the front, I want to open later on. I want to do soft serve and but I don't want to just do like the powdered one. I want to make like the fresh one. But it's work, you know. I heard they are too. I heard like the same thing for like acai bowl machines. Yeah, I've been thinking about like different Asian flavors we could do. Yeah, I mean black sesame is a staple. I could do a durian. Yeah, pandan is iconic as well. What is happening? Have you guys ever had, maybe um, it's like the Asian candies that came in like a tin where you had to like pop it off and you did that and they're like the different fruits. It's like a really old Asian candy. I don't know if any of you guys know that. I would love to recreate that flavor too. We are not watching Grave of the Fireflies. What the hell? They're kind of like sours, but they're sweet. Yeah, they came in like a tin. Bro, the stupid HE raid spacebar is so loud in comparison to the alphas, now it's bothering me. Okay, you know how to fix that, right? Just put some Play-Doh. You're okay. Okay. No, kinetic sand will fall out. You need to put Play-Doh. It will stay in. Yeah, let me see. It's these. Have you guys ever had these? These are so good. Yeah. Yeah, but we're not watching Grave of the Fireflies. I don't feel like crying, okay? Stop. I don't feel like crying. Leave me alone. Alright, so this is top mount with foam, and yeah. Hey. Yeah, I feel like top mount with foam, it really did dampen out. The spacebar is still very strong compared to like the rest, but when it didn't have foam, it was like boom. It was like a spacebar, if you know what I mean. Okay, so we have one last configuration. We're just gonna do a playlist and then we're done. Then we're done. Yeah, I don't know if you heard it without foam earlier, but it's pretty good. I know, Cuppo. Where's my ball catch? As someone who does a lot of sound tests, like, ball catch is so nice for me. I know we were spoiled. But having the builds that are like this, it takes longer, so I spend longer with you guys. Like, yesterday's build was like 6 hours. Ugh. Yeah, ball catch, top mount, no bueno. But I think it depends on how you implement it, right? I felt very... I felt pretty bad yesterday. Think about it, Yugs. You need something to help you pry it off, but you can't. Because you're pushing against the top mount. Because if it were Gasket, you could just press against the alphas and just have it like pope out. But when you have a top mount, you're just pushing force onto it. So yeah, exactly. That's why I said it just depends on how you implement that. But at least early on, not a lot of people were thinking about it. No, it's not that I can't I would love to spend 6 hours with you guys. It's the fact that, you know, I have to do it so many times, like over and over and over again, like taking apart, etc. And part of that is my job, so it is what it is, but your girly got tired, okay? I'm old. I got tired. That's all it is, okay? I got sleepy and got tired. Matcha Crow was fun, but I almost threw up. Because, first of all, it's a lot of caffeine. Secondly, it was a lot of sugar. And thirdly, my sister gets whole milk. Meanwhile, my weak ass is lactose intolerant, so... Let's just say my tummy and the toilet were not happy. And it was hot. So imagine feeling queasy on a hot day. Yeah, I was drinking the whole milk because each drink is freaking $7, so should just buy one, we'll all share it, and then go to the next place. And see, we went to like 7 places. If we imagine if all of us got a drink at each place. That's crazy. Oh. No, I mean, I could take my milky. It's okay. I was so close to throwing up. It was like to the point where my mouth started watering, if you know that feeling. That's how bad it was. That's how close I was to just like... And then we ate a bunch of garlic. and I felt better. Damn, you're still going? What do you mean? You've been here, haven't you? You only AFK'd for like 15 minutes, right? This is our last config. Oh. League? Okay, so not recommended, but you can do Plateless, so that's what we're gonna do real quick. And then we're done. So far, I think sound-wise, board's pretty solid. My favorite has been gasket mount, between the top and the gasket mount. Wasn't really a fan of the top mount with foam, just because I think it took a lot of the life away, especially from the spacebar, but I think it sounded fine with foam. With the gasket at least. Typing feel. In terms of typing feel, yeah, top mount's gonna be stiff, but we all kind of knew that. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. Like typing, there's nothing that stands out, but I think that's a good thing, you know, because there's nothing like, whoa, that feels weird, you know. So nothing like glaringly bad. It feels pleasant to type on. We'll see how the plateless feels. Do keyboards still surprise you? Sometimes they do, based off of like how they implement things. Like I have a lot of respect for clever ways of implementations, right? For example, like whenever there was a ball catch, but they did a bottom mount instead of the top mount, and I was like, whoa, that's cool. In case like people still wanted the top mount feel, but ball catch being annoying. Like, see, like that's something I'm like, whoa, that's neat. The split was probably one of my more anticipated boards, but I will be honest, I was very disappointed because I didn't like the tint. I wasn't very disappointed. Yeah, the QK Duo. I didn't like the tint. I thought the tint, no, yeah, it's the Duo. So if you're like, why didn't you like the tint? Well, because it's not truly a 0 degrees in the sense of like, let me show you guys. So 0 degree typing angle would just be like you would assume it'd be like flat, right? But there is a little bit of angle from this like upward slope, right? I mean, it's still basically 0, correct? So it is flat for the most part, but because you add this tint, right? And then you already have the slant from this part, instead of it being like a flat tint like this, it ends up being like a slanted tint like this. Does that make sense? So if you were to look at the board, it like has a slight, like if you put this flat, you see how it, because it's like this, it will actually slant downwards towards you. right? Because there's already a slant. So when you tint it up, so instead of it being like, here. Instead of it being like this, like the type K, because there's a slant on it, you end up doing this, but then slightly slanting your wrist down like this. Does that make sense? So this one is like the type K, right? And the Neo Ergo is kind of like this. But with the split, you end up doing like this. Like you're still tinted, but then you slightly angle down. And if you were to do that for you guys, it's actually, it was uncomfortable for me. I don't know how many of you also feel that way, but like just try it. Like try doing the tint, right? And then angling your palms downwards and typing like that. It just wasn't comfy for me. It was not. And I felt kind of bad because, you know, a lot of people are like, oh my god, it's a tinted split ergo, but it wasn't comfortable for me. And I like tinted things, right? I love my type K. I love the Neo Ergo. But this one was just kind of a miss. In fact, let me show you what I had to... Did I take a picture of it? It's hard because like angles are definitely one of those things that you either like it or you don't. But I had to do this. I basically had to raise it by adding the wrist rest covers underneath. So like that's just, it's like level at that point. You see it? So I still have the tint, but now it's level and it's not slanting downwards towards me. But I think that's just like a personal thing. Patty, what is this? Ugh, what are you sending to me right now? Ziner, what are you sending to me right now? This is freaking gross. That's not an actual product. No freaking way. Sort of disappointed that this isn't real. This is an April Fool's joke. It kind of reminds me of there's this TikTok where this woman was pretending that the like face mask she was putting on her husband was like her old menstrual blood. It wasn't, right? But she was just like, hey, like come do this face mask with me, like it's so good, it's gonna make your skin like perfect, right? And she was tricking him, making him believe that it was like her period blood. So she was like putting it on and she was like, how does it feel? And he's like, feels good, feels like smooth so far. She's like, yeah, it's so thick this month. And then he was like, wait, what? And she's like, yeah, like the consistency, it's so thick this month. And then he like he opened his eyes and looked at the mirror and it was red and he was like, what the hell? He was like, this, no way, this is not what I think it is it? She's like, yeah, I'm on my second day and it's a really good consistency, so like you're really lucky. He just started flipping out. He just like was like, get this off my face. And he was like, you told me this was like a really good match. She's like, yeah, it's really good. I use it every month. Like, look at my skin compared to your skin. He just like was panicking and he's like, there's no fucking way you did this to me. Did he die? No, and then she's like, it's a joke. So funny. I mean, obviously very gross, but yeah, that was her April Fool's joke to him. She's like, hey, I have this mask, you should try. Yeah. The fact that she's like, it was so thick this month, and he was like, what do you mean thick? What do you mean thick this month? I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if some people actually did that. I don't know. Some people do crazy things these days. Let's not get into how free the human population dropped down to. True. It's funny though, because she's like, what? I made that. I made that. I saved that for you. The gaslighting. Jade eggs for the hoo-ha? Huh? Yeah, it's because women don't want to be with Korean men. Women don't want to have children. Because, like, contrary to the Western's belief, you know, not all Korean men are K-pop idols that treat women with respect. That matcha looked hella good. Thank you. I'm doing a pop-up. I would be selling my matcha. I'll be making matcha lattes. It's the same with, like, Japanese men, too. Japan has some perverts, like... It's something. But yeah, women are just opting not to have children because they're like, fuck no. Good for them. Is this Carl? Am I about to get Carled? Well, in Korea, they are actually paying people to have kids. You're on the plane now? Oh, have a safe flight. Unless you didn't mean to type that to us, then sorry. Yeah. I mean, would you say it's because of the K-pop industry, the entertainment industry, or repression from society? I wonder what the theories are. Yeah, it could be that, the mandatory service. Could be a lot of things. Alright. This one is plateless with case foam. I put the case foam in. Okay, here we go. Plateless with foam. Case foam. Oh my god. I'm sorry. This has been... there's a bunch of Switch chattering, so... Well, here's the thing. I've used these switches before, and I didn't have chattering. They are. And so, it's the PCB, right? Um, but it's okay. Because we got... At least you guys understood, like, how it sounds. Or you guys got to hear how it sounds, which is the most important thing, right? So it's okay. It's alright. Definitely not ideal, but it's okay. Alright, but let's talk about it. And then we're done. Okay, so for those who might have missed the beginning, today we're building the Class 65 V3. This was sent out to me from Studio. I think you can fit at least 2. Yeah, at least 2. This is their upcoming board. This is the V3 version. I think they said it's gonna be like an 8 April buy. Oh my god. Well, if you use these short chubbies, then you can fit 3, okay? But yeah, so let's look at the board. Give me 1 sec. Let me move this. Okay. But yeah, so this is the Class65 V3. There's going to be 2 versions. So this one is the special version, or the brass reforged. They will have the classic ones, which doesn't have this pen rail or this brass trim, right? So these 2 are both brass. So I have the special version. In terms of layout, I didn't see anything about it, but I'll double check in a little bit. But it is a 65%, right? So you have the column here. It has been separated out right there. And then you have the column right here of 5 keys. You do have an arrow blocker for the arrows, but the arrows are not separated out. They're actually in with the rest of it. So it's just a funky 65% layout, right? It's a little different from your traditional, right? Because this is out and it's actually missing 1 key right here. But the board has like really thick bezels, at least on the top or bottom. So if that's something you like, this definitely has that thick bezel aesthetic. With the reforged version, you have the trim rail, and then you also have a pen rail. Pen rail sound does out. You want to tap it. But yeah, so you can see it more on the side, but you can see the pen rail. It curves down right here, but then the top is flat, right? And then from the side, you can see the seam between the top and the bottom. The top piece is just flat. The angle from the board will come from the bottom piece. So you can see that. So here's the back. So I didn't put any feet on it, but you do have the 4 rectangular feet right there. And then you have a nice little small accent weight. That says class. Class. It does have 8 K-screws, as we see right there. Here is the USB port side, center USB port. Does use pogo pin. There is the brass trim, as you can see. And then here is the front lip. So this one, biggest change is this now has both the solenoid and buzzer. I don't know if you guys remember the Class 1800, but you basically had to pick the module that you want, right? So you could either have the solenoid or you can either have the buzzer. This one comes built in with both. And if you're wondering where that is, it's actually built in. It's going to be right here. So the module is connected using a ribbon cable inside. The USB port uses a pogo pin for that part. But now, instead of having like a physical button, there are hotkeys, keybinds. There's no, it's a hotkey. They're calling it hotkey. There's like hotkeys that you can use to turn it on and off. So if you're like, what the heck is a solenoid or buzzer? It's loud, so prepare yourself, okay? So this is the buzzer. So can you hear that? It's a very high pitch, like beep 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 beep. And then you can actually tune it so you can change it. So it's even more high pitch now. And if you're just like, no, I want it back to the default, then you can change it like that. Okay. So you can have the buzzer. So whenever you type, you would hear this. Okay. You can turn it off if you're just like, oh, hell no, that's annoying, right? You can turn it off. Yeah, it sounds like crickets. Or you can have the solenoid, which is, I don't know if you guys have ever heard like a typewriter, surely, but I'm gonna talk while I'm typing so you can hear it. So this is like what the solenoid would sound like, so you guys can hear how it sounds. Were you guys able to hear that? Yes, right. So essentially, if you wanted to have the typewriter a little bit, okay, hold on. Okay, sorry if this blasts your ears, but and then you can have double click mode on. So you can hear it has double clicks. So no, that will kill your guys' ears. Yeah, the E looks odd because I did Plateless hot swap, and it's not recommended. I did it for the sake so you guys could hear it, but it does come with solder. And so if you want to do Plateless, definitely use the solder PCB, but I did this for science, so some of the keys will be off. Yeah, definitely not recommended. But, it has, you can do, hold on, let me mute. Okay, so I just tested it. You can have the solenoid and buzzer on at the same time and also double click mode. So you can have basically solenoid and buzzer all on if you wanted to. Which is what happened at the beginning when I first plugged in the keyboard. Because I plugged it in forgetting that it had the module and it like scared the shit out of me. Oh, SP, thank you for the resub. Hello. Long time no see. How are you doing? But yeah, so you can do buzzer and solenoid, and it's gonna be right here. You no longer have to pick, and then you have hotkeys that you can change it, that you can press to change it out, right? Another thing with the keyboard, so it has two mounting styles, right? So you can do gasket and you can do top mount. It has this nice wooden wrist rest that has the wood accent, and there are bump-ons that they put in the front and also on the bottom. So the reason you put the bump-ons right here is so, you know, it just nicely goes up against the case. You don't have to worry about like any potential scratchings or things like that. Also helps keep it, you know, from moving back and forth. So the wrist rest is really nice. Let me show you guys the PCB. I do have a spare PCB. In terms of colorway, you have 5 colorways. You have a white, you have a green, a red, a silver, and a PC. Sorry, brain lag. But where is the extra PCB? PCB, where are you? Yeah, last time I got the red for the 1800. This time I got the retro coating white. But 3 retro coatings, so the white, green, and red. And then there's an anode silver and then a PC. I'm gonna be getting 2 teeth extracted. No straws. I'm gonna be, can't drive home. The car has to come pick me up. Yeah. Wednesday. Yeah, so I would drive. I drive to my appointments and stuff. Don't at me. Okay. I may be a passenger princess, but I do have my license. I will drive myself, okay? I'm not that bad. I don't get why I need to be named and shamed like that. The heck? It's just gas. Okay. But yeah, so let's look at the PCB so you guys can see. Unfortunately, one thing to note is that while there's a hot swap, you're forced into the 6.25 bottom row. Maybe it'll change it, but that is a thing. In terms of the layout for the PCBs, for hot swap, you can do step or regular caps, set bottom row. You can split the left shift. You can do split or regular backspace. You can do ISO or ONC. But yeah, the bottom row is unfortunately locked, but with the PCB, it is yellow. And then here you can see the gasket tabs, right? And there's a lot that's been engineered here to kind of accommodate for the case. So first things first is that these tabs by the spacebar are different, right? And I'm guessing they did that to avoid any like mounting points on the spacebar part. Secondly, right, so the gaskets stick out a lot. They're able to do that and get away with it because the bezels are so thick. But by doing this and having the gaskets, you know, the same place as like some of the top mount screws, with this hole, it allows you to go through this hole for like a top mount screw, right? So the plate is where the top mount screws are, whereas the PCB is where the gaskets are. But they've incorporated and designed the PCB in a way such that there shouldn't be any like interference for both mounting systems, so that's like pretty cool. If you get the solder version, you can change your bottom row, but then everything else is the same as the hot swap. And if you're wondering, can this do plateless? Yes, it can do plateless because they're offering both a solder and a hot swap. And then it does have the pogo pin connector. In terms of available plates, you'll have 4 plates. You'll have copper, brass, PP, and alu. The copper, brass, and alu will all have small flex cuts. So it's not a skeleton plate, but there is flex cuts here and there. The PP plate, although the renders on the IC have flex cuts, the final version will not, which is good. So 4 available plates, copper, brass, PP, alu. But that is most of the details summarized. We can look at the Keycaps page really quick, so if you guys wanted to read more about it. But yeah, so 2 versions. You have the brass reforged, the classic. So the brass reforged will have the pen rail and the trim, right? If you wanted to do the classic, you can see it's like right here. So this would be the classic. This would be the pen rail. Earlier, I pointed out that the gap between the top and the bottom on the wrist rest was uneven. And I wasn't doing that to like deter you guys from it, but basically it matches the aesthetic of the classic version. Because if you look here, this top part is thicker than this bottom part, and then it's reflected in the wrist rest. Okay, so these are all the colors. So retro coating white, which is what I have, which is like a beige. Hello, Suzu. The green and the red. This one is the silver, the anodized silver, and this is the PC unit. I don't know if anyone has the PC, but yeah, the wrist rest has a walnut panel, and I looked and I didn't see anywhere to like take it apart, so you don't have to worry too much about that. And they're saying that it's designed for the Class 65, but you can use it for other TKL boards. Here are the layouts for the hot swaps. So like I mentioned before, the biggest thing is you can now have a different bottom row versus hot swap you cannot. The plates, the 4 plates, these are all color references. So no PC unit. I know some people are asking for a PC unit, but it's not here yet. Here are all the specifications, so like typing angle 7, top and gasket, you can do plateless. The weights are going to be brass, the pen rail and whatnot. The trim are also brass. Here's the weight in case you guys needed to know. And then here are the details for those who are interested. So, classic version, 250. Brass reforged version, 280. If you want to add the rest stress, it's about $60. So this will happen in late April, and Studio did send this out to me. And if you guys wanted to fill out the IC form, like if you guys like had things you wanted to say, this is where I would suggest it. So I'll copy and paste that for you guys. But yeah, that is the board. My thoughts. I think it's a very solid board, especially if you're a fan of like the Studio aesthetic, which is like, you know, the solenoid, the buzzer, the big chonky, you know, bezels, which is what I know them for. I do like that they changed the module now, so that you have both. And while I would have liked a physical button, I understand why they didn't do that. So at least there are hotkeys that you can use. It does make me wonder, like, for example, if a switch stopped working, what would you do in that case? But you could just always unplug the module, I think. So if you didn't even like want to worry about it, I do think it's interesting that with the module you can turn both on if you wanted to. Someone asked earlier, like, oh, why would you even like turn those on? And you know, some people like the audio, like the audio cue, you know. And like in some scenarios, I could think like aside from liking it personally, it could be, you know, use like noise canceling headphones, and you know, having the buzzer or the solenoid like could be an indicator to you. I don't know. It's definitely a case by, it's definitely like a special type of perk that comes with the board, and also what does. Like they're known for their solenoids and buzzer, because like on the 1800 it was like a module you could remove or add. So that is there. It doesn't interfere with the board. If you don't want it, then don't use it. But I did like the way they implemented like the gasket tabs on the PCB. Plus I like the color, but that's just like being biased. I'd say for critiques is the foam was too big, so the foam did kind of it did kind of here, I'll show you guys. Foam was a little big, so for the top mount you can see like I actually try to push the foam aside, but it would get stuck with the top mount screws. So I would say maybe you guys might run into the same issues. Like you can see where I screwed it in. So I'd say the foam was a little too big on the top and bottom. At least there was like collision. Also so they use these like plastic or acrylic tabs for the top mount, and the reason like there needs to be like a height difference, I'm guessing, is because of the gasket and the top mounting points, right? Because one is on the plate, so it's going to be higher, and one is on the PCB, so it's going to be lower. You just want to be careful whenever you're putting these in, because like while it is a fit, it's not like a super snug. So if you shift it, it could like pop out. So I wish there was like an easier way for this to have been implemented, and the easier way in the sense of like to keep it in, but I get why they did it, right? I wouldn't, this is still better than like putting adhesive. In terms of how it felt, very solid board. I like the gasket personally. So if you're someone who likes like a softer, go Gasket. If you're someone who likes a stiffer, the top mount. The spacebar on the top mount with no foam, very powerful. Big fan. But yeah, there was nothing. So sound and typing is always a little hard for me because I know that's like so heavily like preference based. But I think not having anything bad to say about it is what we want to aim for. But I didn't notice anything weird typing on it. But I also use like a metal plate. I would be interested to see like how the PP plate held up, but I didn't notice anything, and I think it felt very solid. Uh, Sound wise, I mean, wasn't like hollow, which is I think some people are worried about. Um, yeah, I don't know. Sound and stuff is like a lot harder for me to kind of like review and gauge because everyone likes different things, but there was nothing wrong. There was nothing that I was like, oh, that's weird. So take that with how you will. Uh, but yeah, that's the board, right? Yeah, that's the board. Thank you, Studios, for sending it out to me. Thank you all for watching the review. And if you're interested, this will be coming out, they said late April. Starting price for the classic, $250. Brass reforged, so meaning the pen rail and the trim, it's going to be $280. 5 colors, 4 plates, 2 PCB options, optional wrist rest. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I know, right? Especially for all this like bezel and metal and oh wait, that's not it. If you guys like these keycaps, these are their glazed beige, which start at like $60. If you guys are interested, is running this as well. So it's basically like shiny PBT. If this is something you guys are interested in, it is available for grabs now. And they did send this out to me too. I think it matches it pretty well. Okay, but yeah, that's it. That's it. Thanks for watching. We're done.